We're ready, Dr. Clark.
Okay, very good. Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call our meeting to order at 10:03. And Executive Director Williams, if you could do roll call for us, please.
Thank you. Member Burton? Here. Member Katniss?
Here.
Member Clark?
Here.
Member Clay?
Here.
Member Hagerman?
Here.
Member Haley?
Here.
Superintendent Hoffman?
Here.
Member Kravickas?
Her stuff is here, so she'll be joining us, I'm certain.
Member Meyerson?
Here.
Dr. Robbins? President Clark?
Here.
Give a quorum, sir.
Awesome.
Member Kravickas.
And
Member Kravickas.
Here.
all right. Really pleased and honored to be able to start our meeting here today, recognizing three colleagues, three friends, three folks who have served on this board for 4 years. We just really proud of a lot of great work that we did, and really thrilled that we're able to be joined here today by again friends of our members Baker, Broussard, and Ruiz, and again we put a lot of good work in. Enjoyed your contributions, always with a steadfast commitment to the students of Arizona, always working in good spirit and good nature. And so pleased that you're able to be with us here this morning. And we've got a little token of appreciation for you, and would love for you to come on up and receive that. Member Baker. So much. Appreciate it. Look at that.
Hey, professional.
Member Broussard. And Member Ruiz. Either of you, any of you, anything to say, anything to share about your time on the board?
If you speak, you have to go up here. So
Oh, you do? All right, see, I'm gonna leave you hanging out here alone.
Just want to thank, first of all, Governor Ducey, and congratulations to new board members, Superintendent Hoffman. And just thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to serve kids in Arizona.
Thank you.
I endorse the statement.
Yeah. That didn't always happen, remember, Baker?
The 5 years on the board here was one of the great honors of my career. And I also congratulate all of you who have been appointed. It's a important responsibility, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Why does Alicia look worried when I come up? This being on the state board was really, honestly, one of the best experiences I could have had in education here in Arizona. So I really want to thank Governor Ducey and just wish you all the best of luck. And I'm excited to see, the work that the board's going to do in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I guess just a couple other very quick unrelated notes. I would just like to remind our folks on Zoom that when we take a vote, if you could make sure your camera's on, okay? So that we can see you visibly indicate approval or disapproval. So I see your camera's on, I appreciate that, but for the votes in particular. And then just as we speak, especially here, we don't have microphones. For everyone to be able to hear us, if we can try to project when we're chatting, that would be great. So the mic is able to pick us up. So With that, that concludes the president's report, and Superintendent, your report.
All right, good morning. Happy Friday. We don't usually get to say that for state board meetings. Before beginning, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge respectfully the geographical landscape of Maricopa County sits on the indigenous nations that have inhabited this land for centuries, including the Pima, Lehigh, and Lavine peoples. And I think we have a slide deck to go along with. So I do want to make sure to keep highlighting the various ESSER investments we've been making from the department. The ESSER funds are the federal COVID relief funding, and AD has discretionary funding available to us for statewide initiatives. So if you go to the next slide, one of the ones I would love to proudly highlight today is the Final Mile project. And this project works with existing high quality broadband that already existed out to our school districts and extends the internet from the schools out to the students' homes. This very innovative project, the Final Mile project, has been supported by our ESSER funds. And the very first project that had completion was the Paloma School District. If you're not familiar where Paloma is, where the Paloma School District is, if you're headed out to Yuma, you're passing by Gila Bend, and the Paloma School District is right there, very rural school district, very small school district. I had the privilege of visiting the school to help kick off and celebrate the completion of the Final Mile project for the Paloma students. I'm very proud that we were able to make this investment of $1.5 million to support this innovative initiative and support broadband access for our rural students. Another highlight for today is that as we're approaching Teacher Appreciation Week in May, we are launching a campaign to encourage community members, parents, and students to thank the teachers in their lives. We know the past 2 years have been incredibly challenging for all of us in education, and so we wanted to make sure we take this opportunity for all of us to join together to show our appreciation. You can join us in this campaign by thanking a teacher in your life by going on social media and using the hashtag TYTeachers or Thank You Teachers. And you can also view our ad, which is featuring real Arizona parents and students. And we have some other ideas of how you can support the teachers in your lives. If you go to a new website that we created for this campaign, which is thankyouavteachers.org. Next, I want to address some of the concerns that have been raised about the ESA program. First, concerning feedback around the handbook. I want to make sure it's clear that ADE has received and incorporated more parent feedback in this handbook draft than ever before. And we're very grateful for the feedback that we've received because it greatly helped to improve the handbook. We held 2 listening sessions. There were 90 minutes apiece and let parents and encourage parents to provide feedback for as long as needed in these town halls. We had over 80 parents attend these sessions, and for parents that could not attend either session, we sent out a survey to all parents on the program and posted it on our website. In total, we received over 170 responses and approximately 290 comments and items of feedback, of which we were able to incorporate 182 items of parent feedback into the draft that was based on what was allowable and under statute and rule. So it's not true to say that ADE developed the handbook without parent feedback or opportunities for parents to provide it. While we're always striving to listen to feedback and make changes when possible, we do have to balance those opportunities also with the day-to-day operations and operational needs of the program. On that note, I want to make sure everyone's aware that our next monthly town hall will be on Tuesday, April 26th. We've had great attendance in our town halls, and already for this upcoming meeting, we already have 160 individuals registered. In these meetings, parents can ask open-ended questions and provide feedback to the program leader. leadership. We greatly appreciate parents attending these town halls, and we will continue to offer these on a monthly basis. I also want to highlight another data point from our ongoing customer satisfaction surveys, which we send regularly to parents. In the most recent survey, over 78% of parents expressed overall satisfaction with the program, and these numbers are consistently in this range. Regarding the application for the next school year, we could not come to a solution this year to have 2 school year applications open at the same time because of our IT capacity constraints and ongoing system upgrades. But by this time next year, this will be rectified, and next year we will be able to have 2 applications open simultaneously. But we have also heard the concerns about the opening of the next school year's application, which is currently set to open on June 1st. And so we are working diligently to see if there's anything we can do to move that date up to be earlier in May. And when we have an update, if we are able to make that sooner than June 1st, we will make sure to communicate that to our families and to the board. Unlike in previous years, applications are open year-round. There's never a time when the application is not open. And our team stands ready to assist any families in situations where they need documentation to secure a space in a private school before the application for the next school year opens. And I really want to emphasize that if there's any family who is worried about the June 1st deadline, please reach out directly to our staff so that we can work with you. We will work with private schools, we will work with families to ensure that there are not any disruptions to a child's education because of these timelines. We are always open to feedback and stand ready to work with families and parents to ensure the needs of their children are being met and that our ESA program is operating effectively and efficiently. Some processes and changes take time to implement, and with now over 11,700 students in the ESA program, we effectively operate the equivalent of a mid-sized school district. While we will always strive to meet the requests from each parent, not every request will be able to be granted, and that's the nature of running a program that serves thousands of individuals. Sometimes the feedback we receive is conflicting while people have different priorities. I also appreciate that our new board member, Jenny Clark, has also provided us with additional feedback. With the hundreds of parents who have provided suggestions to make the handbook clearer, it's not possible to adopt every single recommendation. And so rather than nitpicking on the semantics of the handbook, let's ensure the stability of the program by committing to the final draft of the handbook so that parents are not delayed in signing their contracts for the upcoming school year. And we also need to commit to making these significant improvements to the handbook. Our ESA team stands ready to help parents navigate the complex application process and policies. And as state superintendent, it's my priority to uplift and support all students, no matter their educational choice. Next slide, please. Next, I am so excited that today I have the distinct privilege of being able to award our teachers. And so I'm going to go up here and for this part of the report, thank you. And Sarah will be supporting me in this as we're announcing our teacher awardees. The first 2 Arizona teachers have been named as national recipients of the prestigious Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, or PAMST. PAMST was established in 1983. It is the highest recognition of K-12 mathematics or science that a teacher may receive for outstanding teaching in the United States. And we are currently waiting for last year's awardees to be announced, but we have some that we will be able to announce today. And the first teacher, unfortunately, was not able to join us, but I do want to make sure to acknowledge that Aggie Post is a math teacher in the Tucson Country Day School. Give her a round of applause. Robin Ewell is a science educator at Winfred Harrelson Elementary School in the Amphi Public Schools in Tucson. And also both of these awardees will be receiving a $10,000 award from the National Science Foundation and travel to Washington, D.C. for an award ceremony. So thank you so much for serving as models to your students and colleagues and for being leaders in the improvement of mathematics and science education. The following Arizona teachers have been named as state finalists for the PAMPS for 2021, and they are waiting for the national announcement for the national awardee. So first we have Jill Christman, who teaches at Canyon del Oro High School in Amphi Public Schools. Next, we have Leanne Howell, who teaches at the Colonel Smith Middle School in the Fort Huachuca Accommodation School District. Next, we have Kristen Cowie, who teaches at Estrella Foothills High School in the Buckeye Union High School District. Next, we have Ariel Beggs, who teaches at Imago Dei Middle School in Tucson. Couldn't join us today, but we still appreciate her. And then next is Ashley Kessler, who teaches at Boston Junior High and Mesa Public Schools. Next, Karen Moss, who teaches at Gilbert Classical Academy and Gilbert Public Schools.
What she's done.
In March, the following Arizona teachers have been named as state finalists for PAMPS for 2022. First up is Amber Cordova, who teaches at Desertville Elementary in the Casa Grande Elementary School District. Next, we have Stephanie Shammy, who teaches at Laguna Elementary in the Scottsdale Unified School District. Last is Craig Young, who teaches at the Tuba City Boarding School in Tuba City. Want to hold one?
Now we're shy.
Hold this one for the photos. Can you get a picture? Look at mommy. Look at mom.
Come here, son. Let's get dad by himself. Come here. Come here, baby. Let's get dad by himself.
Come on, baby.
One more. What's amazing? Okay.
Come here. Come here. Come on, Bubba. All right. Can you say cheese? Matt, can we do a picture with the teachers behind the whole board?
Oh, yeah.
If the teachers who receive awards today, we can just walk behind the board and we'll take like a nice picture.
So you want to sit, you want to?
Yeah, you guys all sit.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, bring it over.
Congratulations.
Turn the projector off. Should we kill it? Or no?
So yeah, let's. It's fast. Yeah, that's a good idea.
This.
Yeah, or just put it.
Let me get it. Okay, you. Oh, it's blue.
I can't get it.
I think someone blinked.
Ready? One, two, three.
Yeah.
Well, that was great, Superintendent Hoffman. That was really wonderful. I was disappointed we didn't have students this month, but then we had amazing teachers. So that's really great. So thank you. Executive Director Williams, any report?
Thank you, President, core members. I do not have a report today, but anyone who is here for awards, you are more than welcome to stay. But if you need to go and live your Friday at the fullest, you are more than welcome to go at this point.
Well, we have our guests cycling out. I'll let you know that we're going to move on to item 2, which is the call to the public. This, of course, is the time for the public to comment. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda, and therefore pursuant to statute, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. All public comments of the meeting are accepted in written form and can be posted on the board's website. Written comments will not be orally read into the record in the state board. I know we have gotten a number of written comments over the last month, and I understand that we have some folks who would wish to speak to us today. Is that true, Executive Director Williams?
Yes, President, Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members. We have 5 individuals registered to speak for call to the public number 2. I apologize. Did you set a limit?
I'm trying to find out, and we have a number later in the agenda.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so out of consideration for the time that we have a number of speakers, and trust me, we love to hear from everyone. We want to ask you to limit your comments today to 2 minutes. We're going to try to keep you to 2 minutes. I'll be a little more assertive in limiting comments to 2 minutes. And I've been really proud that over the past months, all our public comments have been very civil, very courteous, very professional. And I would ask that we make sure that we keep those comments as we feel passionate about an issue in addressing the board here today. So I'd ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes, and I'm excited to hear from our first public speaker.
Thank you. First up, we have Mark Jordanstad, followed by Mael Encenas.
President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. I am Mark Jornstead, Executive Director of the Arizona School Administrators, whose 1,400 plus members have the privilege of working with students, educators, parents, and community members to provide a safe, welcoming, collaborative, and effective learning environments for Arizona's 1.1 million school children. First, I want to extend our thanks to the departing board members who devoted years of service to public education. Janice Mack, Jill Broussard, Cal Baker, Armando Ruiz, Michelle Kay, Luke Narducci, and Patricia Wellborn. Their tenure was marked by thorough preparation, immersion in the issues, attention to detail, civil discourse among themselves as they considered many weighty matters, and attentive listening to stakeholders. None were guided by hidden or personal agendas. The well-being of students was clearly their touchstone. As a regular attendee at meetings and study sessions, I observed the collaboration between the board and the Department of Education, facilitated by the able leadership of Executive Director Alicia Williams and Deputy Director Ketcher Baden, an interaction returned in kind by the ADE staff, thanks to the encouragement of Superintendent Hoffman. Next, I want to welcome the new board members to your highly paid positions. We look forward to working with you as you embark on your leadership journey. Challenges await as you guide public education through the post-COVID terrain. Our hope is that you remain open to stakeholders as your predecessors have been. Let's take that journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Congratulations on your upcoming retirement. Well deserved.
Next up, we have Mael Encenas, followed by Justin Wing. Mael?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the last name.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, and members of the board. Thank you. I am Mael Encenas. I am seeking appeal in favor of awarding my school counselor certification. Per R7-2-617, those with a master's program in social work or psychology can pivot into a school counseling career. My bachelor's is in sociology. My master's is in mental health and wellness with an emphasis in family dynamics. Per Grand Canyon University, my degree can be found through the Search of Psychology and Counseling on their site within the umbrella of psychology, but was told its curricula is separate from the general psychology program to which it is most closely adjacent. I was told that marketing it this way presents more website hits. You may ask yourself, why would I obtain this degree instead of the general psychology master's or even better school counseling degree? College reentry paralleled my journey toward reentry to the lifetime workforce. I was previously a stay-at-home mom to my 5 kids for 10 years and taught Zumba classes part-time. In July 2019, I pursued a master's in school counseling. Due to my 10-year employment gap, it was difficult to obtain all the supervisor letters necessary for enrollment in the school counseling program. I pressed on and by default chose the mental health and wellness with an emphasis in family dynamics program and noted there would be opportunities to work with schools with this degree. This route felt unclear, but at the time I believed it could give me the opportunity to identify my best fit career as my counseling dreams felt crushed. March 2020, the pandemic surged to the point that schools closed. Here I was enrolled in a second choice master's while supporting 4 out of 5 kids online schooling and meeting my education demands. By 2021, I had completed my master's program and felt compelled to work in education. I applied for an educator position with interim principal Lisa McCorkle at Borton Magnet Elementary. Lisa is a longtime educator with over 40 years of educational and excellent leadership experience, who along with the Tucson Unified School District recognized the potential in me to be the school counselor to this generation of students. I implore the board to, in hindsight, having not been able to reach past supervisors, I would have happily enrolled in the general psychology master's program and we would not be listening to me now. I implore the board to consider the parameter of authority that would allow me to serve in the capacity of certified school counselor. We do this role because we genuinely care. Is this the part where I can joke that we don't do it for the money? You may refer to my appeal packet for details on the work I have successfully provided with the education I received. I thought it would be difficult to advocate for my role and share my personal experience. It is easy because this isn't about me. It's about supporting our students, families, and educators after all we have been through and creating a path for others who, like me and like you, also feel a call to support our students. R7-2617 expanded the opportunity for qualified, educated, and caring individuals to become counselor certified. I again implore the board to consider a path that would allow me to receive my school counselor certification to continue to serve the students in this unprecedented era. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak on my appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mael. Next up, we have Justin Wing, followed by Sean Holmes. Jessica, is Justin on?
Executive Director Williams, yes. Mr. Wing is available.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
We can.
Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today on the agenda is a recommendation to approve Mesa Public Schools classroom-based educator prep programs. I did want to thank the Arizona Department of Education and representatives from them who has graciously been participating on our committee work here in Mesa Public Schools to generate and establish what will be the recommendation. So thank you, Department of Ed, for assisting us in establishing that program. I also want to thank you, the Arizona Department, our Board of Education, for your consideration of approval. This will allow us, despite many root causes of the severe teacher shortage in Arizona, this removes one barrier and allows for some opportunities for Mesa Public Schools and other school districts to really try to find a niche to target and increase our teacher pipeline. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Next up, we have Sean Holmes, followed by Joyce Jennings. Sean?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Sean Holmes, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources for the Paradise Valley Unified School District. Here regarding consent item 3I, approval of the Paradise Valley Unified School District classroom-based mild to moderate disability special education grade K-12 educator preparation program. I'm here this morning to say thank you very much. I think it is no secret to you all that we are struggling in public schools to attract teachers, and that is in large part due to the teacher pipeline. So have the opportunity to actually create our own program for which we know we have the expertise and the resources to do, I think is a great example of a quality collaboration between public school officials, the Arizona Department of Education, and you all in your roles, in your governance roles. So it takes a lot of people to bring something like this together. In particular, I'd like to say thank you to a few people at ADE. Bruce Duplanty, for sure, over the years has been a great friend of human resources professionals in public schools. Steve Larson, who I understand recently retired. We've recently been working with Lee Fernwalt, who's been a great resource for us. And Michelle Brady and her team in the certification unit have been absolutely fabulous. So that is why I'm here. I certainly encourage you to approve that item under consent. We will do you proud by that. We know you do a lot of good work down there, and I just wanted to be here this morning to take the opportunity to thank you very much for the opportunity to get this program off the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Sean. Next up, we have Joyce Jennings.
Executive Director Williams, Joyce Jennings has not joined the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Poor, that concludes calls to the public number 2.
Thank you very much. I'll move us on to agenda item number 3, which is the consent agenda. The consent agenda can and will be taken as a single motion, but members may wish to pull an item off for discussion. Would any member like any item pulled off the consent agenda for discussion? Member Kurvitz.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'd like to hold just for discussion. And, item D.
D. Okay.
I have no concerns with the recommendations coming directly from ADE, but I just want to say that if I'm.
We'll do the consent agenda. Any items not pulled up, and then we'll circle back to D, and I'll let you kick us off.
I would also like to call 3J.
3J. Thank you. Okay. Then do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items excluding 3D and 3J? Do I have such a motion?
I move.
Thank you.
Sorry, Haley moves, sorry.
Yeah, let's do that again for maybe another month or so. If you make a move, either a first or second, just indicate. So that was Member Haley with a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Burke. Okay, no further discussion. All in favor of the consent agenda items, again, excluding 3D, 3J, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, appreciate your patience, Member Kravickas. Would you like to start a conversation on 3D?
Sure, it's simple. The board, I don't remember what month, adopted recommendations to move on when reading statutes. Forwarded some of them to the legislature in the bill number, to which I also can't remember. There were some that were excluded from that bill specifically pertaining to students with disabilities. And I think some of them can be embedded in an updated reading plan in terms of the data that's required, requiring that assessments, they have to demonstrate that the assessments that they're using are accessible to all students with disabilities, and a couple other issues. So I'd like to open that up for changes to next year's.
Other comments, concerns?
Just
Yeah, please.
point of clarification. As a new member, could you walk me through that process again? Like what, or maybe Executive Director Williams or Deputy Director, maybe what was the process and what are you recommending? Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Sure. President Court Member Haley, in December of 2021, the State Board of Education approved a move on when reading literacy report in which Member Kravickas at that time was not on the board, but she was a stakeholder within the process. The recommendations that Member Kravickas brought forth are administrative in nature, and therefore the board could potentially put it into rule and or board policy for future literacy plans. State board staff plans on bringing those with Member Kravickas' input to the board in potentially June.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve consent agenda item 3D? Burton, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kravickas. Any other comments? Okay, please indicate your approval by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Moving on to 3J, Member Burton.
Member Burton, if you could speak up, please.
Okay. So my concern is about, and we heard from Ms. Alancenas, and I just, I understand the rules. I guess I'm wondering what are our options here moving forward for I know our hands are tied for this appeal, but is there a pathway moving forward that we could make this work for this very capable, based on her recommendations and her testimony today, somebody who's willing to work for students?
President or Vice President Burton, yes. So as you stated, we've had one other case similar to this in which the board voted to accept the hearing officer's recommendation, but then directed board staff to investigate the rule. I would anticipate if the board chooses to go in this direction, that's the same path forward, at which point the applicant would be made aware that she now qualifies for a certificate, and the Department of Education would work with her to obtain that certificate.
I appreciate that, Executive Director Williams, and calling the question, Vice President Burton. I think we're compelled by the testimony and the personal experience, and when someone passionately wants to serve our schools, let's find a way to make sure that that happens. So I'll craft a motion here in a second, but I know there are some others who want to chime in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kind of furthering your question, is there legislation that's required, or how much is within the authority of the board? Because I also found it so interesting that within the consent agenda, we're looking at these other great new pathways that have been created statutorily to kind of open up that pipeline. So that's why it seems so kind of rubbed me the wrong way that there was not this pathway similar for her. And I didn't know if that was going to be, the statute would be needed, or if we have the authority of the board.
Executive Director Williams, it's not a statute. It's not a legislative pathway that you're suggesting, is it?
President Core Member Kavickas, no, it is not statutory. The board has the authority to reopen the rule, whether that's a school counselor rule, to put additional areas that an individual could qualify for that certificate, and or create another certificate, another area within current rule or new rule.
Yep, if I may. President Core and Member Kravickas, the only caveat would be that there's a statute that requires all certificates, with a limited exception of 4 or 5 specifically listed, to have at least a bachelor's degree or more. So there's a certain box the board has to work with it there. And then there is legislation that has been introduced over the past couple of years around school counselors that ties in some certification, but that legislation hasn't moved much in the last few years. And then 2 other things just for context, and then maybe just for clarification based on what we discussed, or maybe it'll be part of the motion. One is that the school counselor certificate right now is an optional certificate, so it is not required. Schools may require that if they would like. The only exception to that is if you're a participant in the school safety program and you received that grant and you wanted to hire a school counselor, they had to have this certificate. I don't think that's the case in this particular instance, but could be wrong. But just some additional context there. And based on the discussion now, as Executive Director Williams outlined, whether it's in the motion or not, but this is something we can take to the Certification Advisory Committee with the parameters. And probably also want to work with the School Counselors Association to try to work on parameters that can accomplish what the board's looking for in a way that makes everyone feel comfortable.
Yes, Superintendent Hoffman.
President or Vice President Burton, members, we went through a very rigorous process for updating the school counselor certification requirements in 2019. I remember I was one of the voting members at that time, so I remember being a part of that process. And as I am a licensed speech language pathologist, which is another field that requires a master's degree, I just want to caution us of going a direction that may, especially where we don't have well, at this point, we've already had the input of the School Counselors Association on what requirements should be needed to qualify for the school counselor certificate. But that said, there are opportunities for people like individuals, educators like Ms. Alancenas, where at the LEA level, they can create positions such as an SEL specialist or other. There are a lot of schools that do have different types. They call them different things, but we want to make sure that we're talking about the school counselor position and that certificate, that we're aligned with the national recommendations and making sure we're not reducing the positions. We do have so many school counselors in Arizona who have gone through the process to receive the high training of the master's degree in that program. So we if we want to work towards recruiting more school counselors for our schools, our school safety and social wellness program, the school safety grant program, works with individuals who are seeking these types of positions as well. And this has been successful in both urban and rural districts and charters across the state. So we want to be partners in this work, but I would just encourage before the board, my opinion would be before opening rulemaking and rehashing this out, that we make sure we at least understand how the decisions were made back in 2019, because I get a lot of really strong stakeholder buy-in, and this has been working well successfully across the state. So I would just caution us on drastically changing certification requirements based on individual circumstances. But that said, I do think at the LEA level, there are options and flexibilities.
Superintendent Hoffman. Member Hagerman, Member Clay, if you need to chime in, just make sure I know about it, okay? No further discussion, then I'd like to draft a motion to be entertained. Do I have a motion to accept the hearing officer's recommendation and deny my Alancenas appeal, thereby upholding the ADA's denial of her application for certification, and direct staff to investigate ways in which similar applicants may qualify for school counselor certification or new certification by reviewing SBE rules and providing the board an update at our very next meeting, June 9th, State Board of Education meeting. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Burton, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Member Haley, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I'm getting better. Any additional conversation or I call the vote? All in favor of the motion on the table, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. I will move us on to agenda item 4. That is our second call to the public. Once again, we will not act or comment on the public comments. I will once again ask folks to limit their conversation with us to 2 minutes. Director Williams, I'm told we have some folks who would like to speak to us. Is that true?
President Corr, that is correct. We do have a number of speakers on today's list. First up, we have Alejandro Sandoval, followed by Ethelene Montenegro. Alejandro.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alejandro Sandoval. I'm here to speak on behalf of my son. I have a 10-year-old son who is so far has been failed by the school system. He was diagnosed with ADHD and a learning disability at an early age. That's when we got involved into the IEP team. From my understanding, the IEP team was a team that was going to be helping our son and was going to be helping us to supporting a success path for my son for a better education. So far, it has been nothing but a failure. My son has expressed learning disabilities, frustrations, and has been translated into self-aggression and DTS and DTO, dangerous to self, dangerous to others, that have caused him to move from school to school. He is so far behind. He is 10 years old, does not know how to read or write. And still, to this day, we still have unable to get him where he needs to be. It has forced us to seek out advocate educators from outside of the school district and even attorneys to find a way or force the school system, the public school system, to create a better, successful program for my son to get him where he needs to be. Because the way we're going right now is I'm going to have a high school student who is unable to read and write. And that is not setting him up for good education. He does not receive proper FAPE. He's a product of a failure of the system. Okay. We try to homeschool him. He begged us and cried that he wanted to socialize and be with friends. We put him back to school. He was moved from his homeschool to a different school. He goes back to this. A learning disability kid gets put in a cubicle where everybody else has a normal desk, but he has a cubicle as a desk, where when he has to speak to the teacher, he has to stand up or move his desk. He gets in trouble and he gets scolded by the teacher not to move. He gets bullied and picked on because he is placed in a cubicle. His teammates, his schoolmates are calling this the box of shame. That comes from a term of Despicable Me, the movie. And if you guys seen that movie, you guys already know that it's about a little girl that she doesn't match her sales and she gets asked to go into this box of shame. This is where my son is. This is what the educational system is doing to my son. We are looking for help and they put him in a box. And when he has to defend himself because he is bullied, he gets suspended. My son has been suspended twice in less than 2 weeks. He has a para. A para is somebody who follows him around all the time. We get reports, I get phone calls saying that your son is slamming kids into their head, into the tables. He is pinning people against the wall. He is a danger to himself and to others. But all the reports that I'm getting are all statements from kids. No adults. I don't have a statement from an adult. I don't have a statement from a teacher. I don't have a statement from his para.
Sandoval, I'll ask you to wrap up.
Of course. So what I'm looking for, my final outcome is to find a proper and successful program, competent staff to help my son, to help him reach his grade level where he is treated equal and fair. And then when we have an open communication with their team, when the problem is happening, not an afterwards problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Next up, we have Ethelene Montenegro, followed by Allison Wilkes. Ethelene?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ethelene Montenegro, and I'm representing the American Federation for Children. I advocate and empower thousands of families with their education options here in Arizona. Thank you for your time, President, CORE, State Board of Education, and members of the board. So today I wanted to just thank you so much for your arduous work. I know that you're working very hard to help K-12 families all across Arizona. It's a heavy task, and I pray for you daily. I do want to bring up to your attention many concerns that have arisen to me personally by a number of families as a result of what seems to be a sporadic move of the ESA enrollment period for the 22-23 Q1 to June 1st. And I know you brought it up, Superintendent. I appreciate you bringing that up. This has posed a huge problem to hundreds, probably even thousands, I'm losing count, of families who are already ready to apply. They were ready in the month of May, and now they're having to move things around. You talked about, the possibility of even them losing their spots in line for the next school year. And so this is bringing a huge concern. Obviously, it's very close to the timeline of when schools start for the next year. A lot of schools start in July. So that poses a huge problem. A lot of families are being scattered. And so I want to bring to attention that families are talking to me daily. They're sending text, emails, phone calls. It's pretty overwhelming. So basically the suggestion is to move it back to May 1st. And I know you said that you're doing your best to do that. I implore that you do it. And I'm actually very surprised that the State Board of Education, having access to the best technology to serve our students, is having a tech issue. That's just very, very surprising to me, very alarming. And so I just suggest that you move it to May 1st, do what it takes, whatever it takes to help these students. Obviously, there's so many students being impacted, including the story that we just heard today. Anytime that changes are going to be made this way, I also request some maybe public feedback of schools, stakeholders, anybody that's going to be impacted by a date move, such as the one I mentioned. And I got one more suggestion. And we have a high rise of Spanish-speaking families. I asked this before, I haven't seen it done, but if we could have a Spanish language version of the ESA handbook, that would be greatly appreciated. We could suggest some translators. I don't think it's very difficult, but a lot of families, parents are leaders of children that speak English perfectly, but the parents, they're challenged by the language in the ESA handbook. Anyhow, I just want to thank you for all you do. Like I said, I pray for you daily. You have a big, big task. I thank you so much for your time and for all you do for Arizona families. And I look forward to an immediate resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Esley. Next up, we have Allison Wilkes, followed by Sarah Blank. Ms. Wilkes is to be virtual. Is she on?
Yes, Executive Director Williams, she is.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Allison Wilkes. I talk here every month, and I'm an ESA parent. Today, I wanted to address some questions that ESA parents repeatedly ask. Maybe I'll get to that because now I feel like it's more important to first address Superintendent Hoffman's unexpected words regarding ESA this morning. You are already delaying contracts, so it is imperative to get the handbook right. The issues are far greater than semantics, as you put it. Your department's lack of proactive work does not constitute an emergency on the parents' or SBE's part. Threatening our contracts is not okay. We want the handbook done correctly. We want it to align with the rules that SBE has given your department. It's not okay. And you threatening our contracts serves as an example of how you choose to address us all the time. There are over 10,000 ESA holders. 200 parents is not massive feedback. SBE clearly told your department last month to get more feedback, give them more opportunities. People who work cannot attend an afternoon meeting. Repeating Director O'Brien's statements doesn't make them true as much as you would like them to. ESA families need answers. The handbook needs to provide a clear path, a clear way for us to understand how to use the ESA. Further, I've repeatedly emailed Superintendent Hoffman. She's never addressed anything until now. And I'm just very disappointed in the way she chooses to run this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkes.
Next up, we have Sarah Blank, followed by Kelly Pacino. Oh, Kelly, I'm sorry. This always happens. Just Kelly. Sarah Blank is virtual, Jessica. Is she on?
Yes, Executive Director Williams, she is.
Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sarah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Blank and I'm an ESA parent. I'm sorry, my 4-year-old. I am asking that SBE not approve the draft handbook today. We need a handbook that explains the processes of how to use the ESA program. We need instructions. We ask that the handbook include processes and clear instructions to make the program usable. Here are some of the questions that ESA parents often ask that need to be answered in the handbook. Are board games allowed? Do I need to submit curriculum to buy them? Is the board game itself curriculum? This has changed back and forth during the school year. What are the instructions? My tutor strongly prefers payment with a debit card instead of waiting 30 days for the class wallet system. Can I pay my tutor with the card, even though they are in class wallet? How does ADE communicate with parents? I'm new to the program and I don't see the Friday emails anywhere. How can I access that information? Is it organized anywhere? Is ADE the final word on ESA concerns? Does anyone else in the Arizona government have a role for the ESA program? How can I find it? ADE's ESA staff told me to go to a Facebook ESA group to learn how to use ESA. Is that normal to run a government program through a private Facebook group? I don't even like to use Facebook. I submitted a help desk ticket and got an answer, but then I had another question. I wanted to reply with my question, but my ticket got closed right away. Is there a way to reply to a closed ticket? Where are the instructions for this? I also want to add that ESA families do not have a viable method of submitting feedback to ADE. Town halls are actually ESA 101 meetings for new parents. Parents are not able to interact or engage with staff. Submitted questions are skipped. Thus, ADE communication is one-sided. The Parent Advisory Council meets in secret and has had very few active members. Several PAC members have never attended one meeting, and one is no longer an ESA recipient. With closed door meetings and few active participants, ESA families are unable to submit any input through PAC. Also, there is no feedback option for class wallet concerns. Lastly, when parents submit a complaint form, it goes to the help desk, which may be the very place the concern originates. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Ms. Blank.
Next up, we have Kelly, followed by Christine Emmanuel.
Hi, good morning. Can you all hear me, see me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, and I will, it is Pichatino, and I'm not being a sassy pants. Hi, hello, we know we can hear myself, so good morning, President Core and Vice President and members of the board. My name is Kelly Pichatino, and I am an ESA parent. We need a handbook that explains the process and how to use the program. We needed clear instructions. We need that handbook to include processes and clear instructions to make the program usable. Here are some more questions that ESA parents have asked that need to be answered and addressed in the handbook. I'm trying to upload documents to purchase supplemental items. I took screenshots for my curriculum shows these items that are required, but I don't know how to attach them to the order or if it will only allow so many attachments. My Amazon order through Class Wallet came in with the box already opened. It did this morning. If anything is missing, what do I do? Who do I contact, Amazon or Class Wallet? When will my child's account receive funding? How do I know if the Lakeshore items are approved or allowed? The extensive list that Lakeshore that was supplied on the website disappeared from the ADA ESA website last summer. My friend saved a copy and shared it with me, but are the items still educational this year or this week? Legos are in the draft handbook. Can we buy them now? What information do I need to include them with my purchase? Will this mean that any Legos are allowed or just certain types? How will we know which ones are allowed? It used to be that when we weren't allowed, but now they're allowed again. It's super confusing. I do encourage the members of the board to not approve the proposed handbook on Agenda 5A today. In closing, I'd also like to point out account holders are not satisfied with the program. There were over 198 pages of feedback this month about the program and the general program and the handbook. And they were useful pieces of information the feedback provided. There are highly concerning issues, clearly, and the personal and financial risk that the ADA is putting on account holders is unacceptable and is not going to be tolerated anymore. It should not be tolerated anymore. Inaction is not an option. It is inexcusable and terrible what the account holders are having to go through in order to receive educational items and therapies for their students. Also, I'd like to lastly touch the IT tech issue that seems to be the excuse being used for the contracts. I know I'm not 100% sure on this, but I know this statement. My account currently has 2 applications open, not open, but in the portal, along with quarterly reports that have been approved since 2018. So I don't understand what gives on the IT issue. I don't know if it can be looked at any further. There are spots. Places are opening up now to register. If I was a brand new family, we wouldn't be able to register those spots. So again, please do not approve that handbook today. It's not ready for be user friendly.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Christine Emmanuel, followed by Kayla Spadine. Christine.
Hello, President Core and members of the board. My name is Christine and I am an ESA parent. Here are some more questions that ESA parents often ask that need to be addressed in the handbook. I'm brand new to the program. I watched the Class Wallet videos to try to understand how to use my students' funds, but it talked about ordering notepads, which I know are disallowed consumables, right? Or are notepads allowed? I'm confused. Where do I find information about how to actually use the ESA program through Class Wallet correctly? How do I submit information for pre-approval? Are there files or videos with directions on how to do this? I have 2 students who use ESA. How do I split an invoice for shared items in curriculum? So half comes from each of their accounts. I'll be traveling with my student this summer. We want to stop at museums, zoos, and science centers. Can we use ESA funds for field trips, even in other states? How will these be categorized? Can I pay with a card? How can I know what is allowed? I noticed that it changes from week to week. I'm confused about if the educational use of things is really different from week to week, but I am noticing that it does change often. Parents are asking that the handbook include processes and clear instructions to make the program usable. Superintendent Hoffman was correct in stating that a majority of ESA parents are satisfied with the ESA program. ESA parents love the ESA program. What we are not satisfied with is the administration of the program. In the past, the current administration at ADE stated that they are empathetic to ESA families. They see the need for ESA. Also, they want to work collaboratively with ESA families to regain trust from parents after our data was handed over by ADE's communications director to an individual that he has close ties to. You may have learned of the special needs families that were videotaped, harassed, and lied about during the current department administration since the current administration has taken office. Another instance where a grandparent took their special needs grandchild to their neighborhood park and were videotaped on Snapchat as a form of intimidation during a campaign against our ESA families. These are the types of things ESA families go through, yet we continue to show up to fight for our kids' educational needs like we have at every MET and every IEP meeting we have attended. Retaliation and intimidation has been much too real for ESA families, which is the reason why over 1/3 of the parent comments have been sent in anonymously. Parents have a hard time putting their name out there for fear of retaliation. I ask that ADE's version not be approved and that it may continue to be worked on collaboratively with back and forth conversation with our ESA parents in order for ESA account holders to have a handbook that meets the students' educational needs.
Thank you.
As always, I thank you for everything. You guys are amazing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Next up, we have Kayla Studine, followed by Patricia Stevens. Kayla?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, great. My name is Kayla Spadine. I am an ESA parent. I would like to make a quick comment concerning Superintendent Hoffman with what she stated about the program, and Christine made a great point. Parents are very satisfied with the program and what it does for our kids. We are not satisfied with the administration and the leadership running the program. And as the top of that pyramid, Superintendent Hoffman has not even engaged with ESA parents. She has never attended these town halls, these parent advisory committee meetings, has not ever had any direct relationship at all with ESA parents, and has always kept herself at a distance. So that is something that is very concerning, considering she is in charge of the program. I would like to bring up some more questions that ESA parents are asking over and over that still need to be addressed in the handbook. One, my debit card transaction didn't go through, probably due to the MCC, but now Class Wallet page says I need to upload a receipt. So what do I need to do? I ordered things that from the allowed list on the ADE website, and they got rejected. What do I do now in order to get my order sent? How can I know what is allowed if things on the list are still being rejected? My student is ahead or behind their age-based grade level. Can I order curriculum appropriate to their needs? And how is that checked? I've been told that I can file an appeal for a disallowed purchase, but how do I do this? What page of the handbook describes this process? I'm brand new to ESA and I live in a very small town in Arizona. My students want martial arts lessons, but our local martial arts studio is not on Class Wallet. How can I use ESA funds for their lessons? Since the studio is not signed up, does that mean I can't use our ESA funds? My child just got an updated MET with a different funding category. How should I contact the department and get these updated? And when can I expect my child's funding to be updated with the ESA department and the treasurer's office? These questions are asked often and do not have clear answers either from the department or in the handbook, and they need to be added before this handbook is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Patricia Stevens, followed by Dr. Kathy Bolts. Patricia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am an ESA parent and an ESA account holder. I came prepared with a whole thing to speak of today, and after Superintendent Hoffman's statements, I think I need to revise that. What our parents are asking for is a handbook that is functional. We are contractually obligated to utilize that handbook to manage the funds that are given to the families. If the handbook does not tell us how to do that, how can we be held accountable for our actions? People are making mistakes in this program. Honestly, there are questions of how do I categorize flashcards? What category do they go under? The handbook does not answer that. We may have a question of, I put an order in Amazon. I had 5 things in the order. One of them was needed additional documentation. So the entire order is rejected. Is there a way I can submit the order again without having to put it in? Should I put everyone in individually? You understand, if I put those 5 items in individually, that is 5 times more work for ESA staff. Not to mention, there's no way on Amazon to attach the curriculum they're asking for. The questions we are asking to be added to the handbook, the reason we are asking you not to approve the handbook, it is not right. It is not good. It is not comprehensive. We are not anticipating or expecting staff to know every question we have, but these are basic questions. How do I find a provider in Class Wallet that's near me? Class Wallet doesn't tell you what the providers do, where they're located, what zip code they're in, what city they're in. They don't say what they do. Are they OT? Are they a tutor? Are they a PE provider? These are basic things we need to, in good faith, run with this program. We are imploring the members of the board to just hear our voices. We're not asking for a mountain. We are just asking for a basic guide to utilize this program within the laws that it was created. Please, we implore you, listen to us. We are just asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Dr. Kathy Bolts, followed by Rebecca Cross. Dr. Bolts.
Good morning, State Board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak once again. My name is Kathy Bolts, and I am an ESA parent. As the other parents have said, we need a handbook that explains the processes of how to use the ESA program. We ask that the handbook include processes and clear instructions to make the program usable. Here are some more questions that ESA parents often ask that need to be answered in the handbook. I see an error screen when I try to log into my ESA account. Is the website down? How do I get past this? How can I know if a purchase was double charged? I don't see a running account balance anywhere in Class Wallet. Other parents say I need to export my transactions to Excel, set up a spreadsheet so I can see my own running account balance. Do I need to do this after each transaction to check for double charges? Where are the instructions? I reviewed a list of examples for educational materials, no documentation required, and supplemental items. Requires documentation. And I don't understand how ADE determines what goes where. Microscopes are educational materials, telescopes are supplemental. So I asked my middle schooler, and he explained, it must be because microscopes point down, telescopes point up. Is this how ADE makes determinations? Where are the definitions of the expense categories? How can we know how to categorize a purchase? I updated my address with the Department of Education, but my order through Class Wallet went to my old address. What did I do wrong? Where are the instructions about how to do it right? And I want to note, over 50 different individuals submitted comments for this meeting. And over 20 of these comments were anonymous. I think that indicates that parents are uncomfortable interacting and that they are concerned about retaliation from ADE. Parents have not been consulted since the last meeting. And those are my comments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rebecca Cross. Next up, we have Rebecca Cross, followed by Maybelline Cross.
I decided to come in person today. I speak most months virtually, but my daughter and I are here because we felt it was important to make sure that we are heard. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm finishing my 4th year as an ESA parent. And these questions I hear in the group, I can tell you honestly, I can't answer them. And that's concerning that 4 years in, I don't know these answers. These need to be answered in the handbook. I use a debit card at Amazon. ClassWallet charged me several times for the single purchase. What do I do about the duplicates? Why is the ClassWallet platform asking me to upload receipts for duplicates? Who do I contact? What if I can't get the duplicates removed before the end of the quarter? My child's account is suspended. Will my account be closed due to ClassWallet's error? Along with that, how many times did ClassWallet charge me for that? And where did that money go? That's my child's account. I go through this with ClassWallet repeatedly. Where can I find an updated funding chart? The one on the ADE ESA website is from 2019. How do I know if my contract is right if I don't know what the amount is supposed to be? How do I place an Amazon order? What if I want to order supplemental items? How do I attach the curriculum to show it's required? I keep receiving emails from ClassWallet that my transaction is declined or I need to upload a receipt. I have not purchased anything. Should I be concerned? Who should I contact? Again, why does ClassWallet think that I'm buying things that I'm not? Where does this breakdown happen? Am I losing the money? They give me no running balance. I have no idea where my kids' funds are going. I am not a financial analyst. My husband is, but he doesn't have time to run ClassWallet for me. How can I see statements for my ClassWallet debit card? How do I know fraud has happened since ClassWallet doesn't send statements? Is there a way to set this up? What are the instructions? I heard there's an app, but you can only have one kid. I've got 4 on ESA, so I just get to pick one kid who gets an accurate account. That's not fair. Bank of America sent me accounts. Fixing critical areas of the handbook is not nitpicking. This handbook determines the quality of education our children will receive for the next 3 years. We owe it to them to put in the work to make it complete and accurate. Please remember the 11,000 Arizona students this handbook impacts when voting. Thank you.
Next up, we have Maybelline Cross, followed by Lynn Fox Embry.
Hi, my name is Maybelline and I'm 11 years old. I am an ESA student. I like Slumberkins because they help me learn about my emotions. They come with a book and a card that I read every night. My mom asked ESA if I could get them, and ESA said yes. But then my debit card didn't work on their website. ESA told her that she could buy them and have ESA pay her back. This isn't fair because a lot of families don't have extra money to spare. They can't buy things and wait to get paid back. The debit cards need to work for everything ESA says we can buy. Thank you for letting me speak to you today.
Thank you for coming to speak. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Up, we have Lynn Fox Embry, followed by Amanda Adams. Lynn?
Executive Director Williams, Lynn Fox Embry, and Amanda Adams are not on the meeting.
Okay. President, core members of the board, for the record, there were, normally I state exactly how many, I did not count them this time. There's 196 pages of written comment. 50 of those pages were an attachment of comments previously received by the former board makeup for the February 2022 meeting. So that will be on the record and in the board's archive.
Thank you, Executive Director Williams. I also want to recognize the staff that has to go through those and redact names. And I know that is an enormous task, and I appreciate those efforts being made. With that, I will move us into the general session and item 5, which is for the presentation, discussion, and possible action on the enrollment scholarship account for the school year 22-23. Obviously, there has been a tremendous amount of public comment. We spent a great deal of time in this board last month having conversations about the draft. So I think it's important that we take some time in this body right now to begin our own conversation and hope that we can, to use a cliche, find a way to yes, right? That we can communicate, collaborate, compromise, and find ourselves in a position to approve a handbook that will benefit everyone involved, staff, as well as the parents that we hear so much from. So Member Clark, if you would, I know that you have a keen interest in this conversation, and if you would like to make some comments, and we can go from there.
Thank you, President Corr. I won't walk through fully the document that members received, the 4-page document that was outlining the concerns that have been brought to me by parents over the last 4 weeks and some other things that came up, because you guys have read that, several people have addressed that. I know that I need to stay specifically to the issue of the handbook. I would like to thank ADE for your work on the handbook up to this point. It is a very important technical document that parents take very, very seriously because we want to do what we are supposed to do. We want to follow the statutes. We want to follow the rules so that we are educating our kids according to the statute and the rules. So thank you for the work that you've done in the handbook so far, the 2 sessions that were held, and the work of Director O'Brien and the staff. I also would like to thank SBE staff for working with me on the proposed member handbook that I put together, and I'd like to share briefly why about that in a second. I also would like to very, very sincerely thank the parents, because ESA parents are amazing. They have full-time jobs, they're taking care of special needs children, and they meticulously go through the handbook and all of the details related to the program. They support other parents in unbelievable ways so that they, especially new parents, when they're new to the program, they can access the program and do what they're supposed to do and follow the rules. So I cannot thank ESA parents enough for their work and for their public comments. I'd like to share about why I put together, which I think you all have a copy of, this Member Clark version of the handbook. I wanted to have a draft handbook that I felt like represented comments from members since the last board meeting, that incorporated the most important items and feedback and other issues that parents had brought up. And so in order to do that and not bog down the board with what would have probably been a lot of amendments and adjustments and these types of things to ADE's draft handbook, I asked and instructed staff to help me put together, with all of that comment and some additional comments, this draft handbook. So that's the background. That's why this was put together for ease of use and hopefully to simplify this process. I put an executive summary on the front that very, very clearly outlines the additions or other changes. None of them are extremely substantive, because we do have to be careful to not make any substantive changes to the handbook, but every 3 years according to the rule. But they are items that needed to be clarified. I know I've spoken with a couple board members explaining some specific questions about some of those things. I'm happy to entertain more questions. I believe that we need to have a handbook voted on by May 1st according to the rules. The reason that that's also very important is because we have 2 things happening: renewal contracts coming out, and then we also have new applicants, and they need to have a handbook prior to that time that tells them how to utilize the program. So that is my hope, is that we could vote on a handbook today. Hopefully this version. And I also think that given the feedback that parents have given about a lot of these specifics that they feel are very important, they are very important, and that we still need, that we might want to ask ADE to produce a specific how-to manual for CW or Class Wallet, and that we could have that by the next quarterly report and potentially solve 2 challenges so that we're not making substantive changes to the handbook. I think that concludes my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Member Clark. Other thoughts? Yeah, Superintendent Hoffman.
Thank you, President Corr, board members. I do want to add a couple points of clarification. I'm glad that Member Clark raised the concern about that we do need to have this finalized by May 1st, because this is a very important part of our process for all the families who are renewing their contracts, as well as families who are joining the program, that they do sign off on the handbook as part of their contract. So the handbook, as we saw, is currently 61 pages, and I know we could keep fine-tuning, keep improving, but I do want to emphasize that our old handbook, the one that families signed for this current school year, did not receive parent input. So the current version of the handbook did not go through this rigorous stakeholder process. And so if we do not approve the handbook today, we will be continuing to use the old handbook, which they did not have all this information added to it, all these details that have been hundreds of comments that we received from families on how we can improve the current handbook. Is it perfect? No, it's never going to be perfect. We're never all going to agree on every single line, every single word, are we saying account holders or ESA families? Of course, we can continue to debate this, but ultimately what we need today is to approve the handbook so that we can continue with our processes effectively and efficiently and making sure we're on our timeline. So we're not utilizing the old handbook with old information that did not go through this process. And I also want to make sure to make very clear that it is part of our process to translate the handbook into Spanish, as well as make the handbook accessible to families that need additional accommodations. So for example, if there's a parent who has a visual impairment and needs that, we go through this type of process with all of our official documents. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear as well, that is a part of our process. And I actually think that is a good recommendation for future years that we translate the forward-seeking family input, so that will be a part of our process going forward in future years, is making sure the handbook in its, well, you'll have this year's, but as you go through the process, having translation available, especially in those town halls for any family that needs translation services.
Lieutenant Hoffman, other comments?
I just clarify of this one when approved.
Once it's approved, we're translating it into Spanish. And any other language that is requested by families.
Member Burton, please.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I want to thank Member Clark for all the work that she's put in to take all these private comments, and from what my understanding is, and really integrate them into sort of a edited handbook. Is that what we have? Yeah, I just want to make clear that we can approve that handbook today. Is that correct? Executive Director Williams? Because I think that addresses a lot of what we've been hearing, some of us for over a year, a lot of the comments, and a lot of the concerns. And I think if this edited version, I'm going to call it the Member Clark version of the handbook, which takes the handbook and really, I think, enhances it, makes it more user-friendly and incorporates concerns and questions you've been hearing for years. So is it possible to move that revised handbook or the Member Clark version of the ESA handbook?
Executive Director Williams, is this something that would be best addressed in executive session where we could seek and receive legal advice? Lou, I see you nodding your head. Are you recommending that? Yes. Okay. With that, do I have a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion and consultation for legal advice concerning this agenda item? Do I have such a motion? Councilor Burton, do I have a second? We've got a couple of seconds. I'll go Superintendent Hoffman. All in favor of moving to executive session, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Executive Director Williams, maybe we'll take a little break and then convene where?
Okay, we're gonna do it that way. And let's take
14 minutes.
You need 14 minutes?
Probably not, but others might.
Okay, okay, for the record, the board will go into executive session at 11:45. So you have 13 minutes.
See, you've already squeezed us. Okay, a quarter to 12 in the conference room behind us. Thank you so much. lost Executive Director Williams on the way back.
President Core, we're live.
Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. Then, you know what, with the indulgence of the board, I'm just going to wait a second or two for Executive Director Williams and Ketcher to join us. The woman who balked at a 13-minute break is taking one herself, so how about that? You can tell I said something. I suppose we're there she is. I paid for that something else. Well, very good. I will call the State Board of Education meeting back into general or open session at 12:33, and appreciate those interested community members who have stuck with us. So I will move us back into general session, back to 5A, the presentation, discussion, possible action on the Empowerment Scholarship Account, ESA. We have been in executive session. We have received significant legal guidance on this, and at this point, I will ask for a motion to approve the presented original version of the ESA handbook that was presented to us. Do I have such a motion? Superintendent Hoffman? Do I have a second? One last chance. Okay, motion fails for lack of a motion and a second. I would open, we do have a May 1st obligation to do something. I would remind my colleagues. So I would open the floor for discussion and a possible alternative motion. Member Clark.
President Core, thank you. I would just in this conversation time like to encourage the department to accept the edited version that was presented in putting together a handbook. But given that we can't require that, I would like to make a motion to have a special session specifically addressing the handbook prior to May 1st.
So I'm hearing a motion of tabling the handbook today and seeking additional edits to the submitted handbook and a special session sometime between now and May 1st. Okay, just to capture that motion. Do I have a second to that effect? Under Kuvickas. Any conversation or discussion? Yeah, that's Superintendent Hoffman.
President Core, board members, a few things. The original ABE handbook was provided to families in multiple ways for over a month now. We've been receiving feedback, hundreds of comments through the town halls, through the surveys, and even the comments that were received here in the last board meeting from board members as well as from parents. Since then, we also work in consultation with the Attorney General's office of our legal counsel to make sure that our ABE version of the handbook is aligned with state law and with the rules. As such, it is completely inappropriate to use a new draft that was created within the last, provided to us within the last 48 hours without any input from the community, without even giving any opportunity for the public and the other thousands of parents to review a document that, again, is 61 pages to go through to look at all the changes and for that to be an appropriate process to adopt a new version. And this is also unprecedented process that a board member would present an alternative version of an ADE document for the board to consider. I also find this to be highly irregular. So the ADE version, which has gone through substantial stakeholder process for feedback and in conjunction with board staff, with the legal counsel, this is the final draft, and you will not see a different version at the next meeting if we have a special session.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. Other thoughts?
Yes,
Executive
pardon me,
Director Williams.
President, or can I just have clarification on that motion that the original handbook, which one are we speaking of? The one that we received last month or the one we received for this meeting, which is labeled 422 from the department?
I appreciate the opportunity to clarify what I meant the handbook presented for consideration today. So right, I need to be more precise in my term original. The board, the department, thank you. The department submitted handbook for our consideration today. And I assume that is corresponds with your intent, right? Thank you. Other comments? Yes, please.
First off, I want to thank you, President Court, and thank you members that have really put in a lot of time looking over this, and thank you Superintendent Hoffman for your comments as well, and thank you parents because your voices really do matter, and I think that for a lot of issues related to timeliness, May 1st is an important deadline, and so when we look at the handbook, it's something that I think that this is a handbook that has had input since the first time that you ever had a handbook, which there was no input for, and there's been significant input, but we also need to take into account that there's still concerns that parents are bringing up that are not being addressed. So I guess my ask would be, if we approve the handbook as is, how can we ensure that we do look at the edits and also the concerns that keep being brought up, because 78% of parents are satisfied with the program, but there's still, as a teacher, we want to ensure as high as possible satisfaction with a program, and so how can we ensure that when if we do approve this handbook, how can we also have more availability for parents to have their voices heard, and also as a department make edits that we cannot make monthly.
Did you say wanted to address that? Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you for raising those concerns, Member Kenny. So as I mentioned, we do have an upcoming stakeholder town hall on Tuesday. We will continue to have monthly town halls, so there will continue to be opportunities. And a little historical context here about the handbook. Previously, we made edits to the handbook on a regular basis, and it actually was very confusing for families because they might have one version of the handbook that then a month later was edited, and they're like, wait, that used to be allowable, or now you've changed your process. So we received this made very logical sense to us. We should not be making changes to this document that families are using as a contract that they're signing off on at the beginning, prior to the beginning of the school year. We should not be making edits throughout the year because that could be very confusing to families who are using it as their guide. That said, I want to again make a very strong commitment that there is an opportunity here for more how-to guides. We are not limited to the handbook and providing guidance to families. We could have 10, 20, 30 how-to guides of how to use Classroom, what do you do in this case or that case. We can continue to expand on our guidance or have videos and have trainings. This handbook does not limit us to the explanation of how to use the program. It is a starting place that we use to help families who are using the program. So I fully commit to having more guidance, and I think we can even look to the offered edits to go through to see where where more guidance is needed, where, like, how can ADE provide more support? Another opportunity for parent input is through our advisory council, the Parent Advisory Council for the ESA program. And we do have a separate charter for the PAC, for the Parent Advisory Council. And so if you'd like more information about how often they're meeting and all the policies surrounding our procedures around the PAC, we have a separate document for that, which I'm happy to provide and email around to all the board members. So to me, this is just a starting place. And when we have strong collaboration between the department and board members, we have an open line of communication, and we can have these conversations about what more is needed, then that's how we can provide the best services possible.
Superintendent Hoffman, other comments? Burton.
President Moore, members of the board, I appreciate that commitment. I've just been here a long time hearing the same comments and the same, and so I think I believe there's parent advisory group, there's parent input, and I hear the same parents, the same concerns, and it's some of our stories are heartbreaking, and I can't even imagine what these families are going through, not knowing if they're, if they're getting an ESA or not, and if their expenses are approved, not approved. So I would like each of the edits. I'd like to hear from the department or have the department respond to each of the changes, explain why is that not in the handbook. Superintendent Hoffman made it clear that the handbook wouldn't be changed, but I'd like to know why, because we're approving these questions over and over. So I just like to hear the rationale for why the changes aren't incorporated in this new version.
Thank you, Member Burton. Superintendent Holmes.
Or Member Burton, I'd just like to reiterate these changes were received in the last 48 hours, so we barely had a chance to even review these latest recommendations.
President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, I understand in this format that the changes are things that we've been hearing over the last year. And so, I mean, if you want to respond to it in this format or to each concern, I just want to see a response, a rationale, because I feel like we're just always going in circles on the same issues. And I do think parent input, and I've heard some positive things about parents feeling satisfied, but there just seems to be a core group of issues that I do think are addressed in this edited version. And so I just like to see the edits addressed a little bit more clearly as to, so maybe we won't be, maybe it is a liquid, maybe, I don't know. I would just like to hear the department's perspective as to why these changes that are in here, but that we have been hearing about over the last year can't be incorporated. So I think a lot of parents would just be
happy.
Mr. President, members, I just wanted to say for my upcoming vote or my feelings are really nothing to do with the specifics of the handbook. I'm pretty new to the program. I was very involved when it was conceived in 2013, I think it was, really that night. And honestly, the reading the parent comments were a little overwhelming because I've never seen Class Wallet, I've never seen the application, so I just want to try to get more consensus in addressing the concerns of the parents. But it's not my opinion of which one's right, which one's worded better. I just want to make sure that the parents, because the other thing that really stood out to me as I was going through the comments is almost all of them, I didn't count them, were we love this program. This program is so important to our family. It wasn't like we hate this program, we're leaving it, we're not going to do it, but they really, it's an important thing to them, and just whatever we can do and however we can be of help personally or as staff or whatever we can do to help the department kind of get to that place with parents is worth trying.
Yes, please.
A question to Superintendent Hoffman's point that, while the handbook kind of as is, there are other opportunities like how-to guides I'm curious, Member Clark and maybe Member Burton, specifically to having the department responding to all of the edits that have been put together. Would an additional step potentially be sort of the high level concerns or the concerns that we're continuously hearing from parents, even just in the 2 short board meetings that I've attended? Would it be suitable from your perspective to see that showing up as how-to guides versus a specific change in the handbook? Because it does seem to me that that would address some very common questions that we're just sort of hearing repeatedly of how can we provide additional clarification and additional support to the families that are just asking for, some basic questions here. Is it suitable to see that from your perspective in a how-to guide versus the handbook?
We'll come forward for
Yes.
please.
I think that anytime the department wants to create something that's like an additional how-to guide or something on the website or a video or a listening session is 100% helpful and something that we should always be doing for parents, because issues come up, different things happen. So anytime, more information can be given about how to utilize the program, like that's fantastic. I think that the stuff that we're talking about here in the edited version outlined in the summary is more specific than that because it addresses many of these things addressed, not the how-to piece. A lot of that is class wallet, which isn't really touched in this piece here. It's specific things that were changed that impact a family's ability to purchase items that are educational. It's removal of things like a rule when it should be in there. It's more than I think what a how-to guide would alleviate, but always welcome to additional guides.
All right, I have just a brief comment, and we do have a motion and a second on the table. I have just a relatively brief comment, and I'll call the vote. I'd certainly like to recognize the staff of the department as been charged with putting together the handbook we have before us. I know there's a lot of time and effort that goes into that. I share Member Burton's weariness with each month hearing from parents and their stories of the trials. We have to do better. We have to do better by that. So I'm very much enjoyed working with Superintendent Hoffman. I will share I'm disappointed with the declarative statement. There will be no changes. I think we have worked quite collaboratively and toward a better solution at all times. And that kind of puts an end to things. And I hope, and here's my request, just me, not of the board, my request, that we do spend the next week taking a look at the suggestions that have been made and that we can improve the handbook as it exists now to something that we'll all feel really good about voting for. And I assume it'll be next week sometime. It is Friday, so I do assume it'll be next week. So that really is my request, that we can, in the spirit of collaboration and compromise, take the next 7 days, find where we can improve the existing document and serve the parents who have shared their trials with us over the last 12, 14 months. So we do have a motion. We do have a second. Member Clark, do you feel comfortable restating the motion because that was a little bit ago, or would you like me to try to do that?
I would like you to
Okay, the motion on the table is to not take action on the handbook that has been presented for consideration by the department today, but rather defer that decision to a meeting that will occur sometime before the May 1st deadline. And in the meantime, we ask that the department consider the edits that were presented and put forward by Member Clark for consideration into the handbook, again, for consideration at a meeting next week. For those in the audience, that will likely be a Zoom meeting. Folks don't have that on their calendar. We'll likely not gather, although that is not for certain. So does that capture your intent? And okay, so with that said, all in favor of that motion to not act on the handbook and come back and consider it at a meeting next week, please indicate by saying aye.
President Court,
Oh.
we had more discussion from member Clay.
Oh, very good. Okay. I am not going to re-summarize that again. No, I promise that I'm out of breath. Member Clay, I apologize.
That's okay. I just wanted to just have these things into consideration. And I will say, Superintendent Hoffman, I respect you greatly, and I understand I understand your concerns, and I even understand your frustrations. But what I want you to think about is this right here. Are the edits valid? Is it a really a fine tuning? It's not really, I'm looking at it not as big edits, but it's a fine tuning for clarity. Everything that I've heard, and I'm on the outside looking in, is people just don't understand, and they get frustrated because they don't understand. I believe that the document, as far as following the law or the statutes, is good. But then we have to look at the spirit of the law. Do they understand it? Is there clarity? And is this valid? Is what people are asking for, is it valid? Is it valid enough to stop for a minute with the new information before we go into the direction that we're going to go? Sometimes we have to change directions when we get new information. And what we've gotten, well, for me, it's new information. For a lot of you, it's not. But my biggest concern is people don't understand. And I'm looking at the edits, and a lot of the edits are basically defining and making things clear. I still do believe that we need some how-to books or how-to guidance on those other things that I've heard. But just looking at the document, there were some questions that I had. And if I have those questions, and if parents have those questions, you're going to get overburdened and overwhelmed constantly and stressed out, because people are going to continue to ask these same questions over and over again. So if we can, and I just ask you, if you consider, if we can make it clearer so that your help desk isn't overburdened, I would just like you to take that in consideration. But no one is saying this document is horrible. It's just working together. We just need to refine it. That's all, for clarity. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Clay. Any other comments? Okay, again, we do have a motion. We do have a second. I will call the vote. All in favor of delaying action on the handbook until a meeting next week while edits are considered, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please same sign, or nay. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Executive Director William, we're okay to take a break?
Wendy has to leave at 1:20, so and then why don't we just do one more?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I knew some
1:20,
folks
and then
needed
do a
to
break.
scoot, so I appreciate that guidance. With that, I'll move us on to general session item 5B. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action on the state accountability systems for district letter grades. This is updated. Director Williams, you want to tee it up for us?
Thank you, President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Item 5B is a presentation, discussion, and possible action on the state accountability system for district letter grades. This originally was brought to the board multiple times through 19 and 20, and most recently, February 28th, 2022. At that point, the current makeup of the board had expressed preference for the straight GPA model, as well as a former member, Patricia Wellborn, had asked for additional information on the weighted model. So Wendy and her team at the department, who are always so great at working collaboratively with the State Board of Education, provided some additional information on the weighted GPA. What?
Oh, I said good.
Oh, okay. Staff still recommends the straight GPA option. So if members want Wendy to go through the PowerPoint, she is available to do so. If the board wishes to have discussion, Wendy's here to answer questions. I can try to answer as well. It's really up to you, Dr. Kaur, and the board, how they would like to be presented with this agenda item.
Fair enough. I would love to get the sentiment to the board. Member Burton and I, again, have been kind of through this a number of times, but you haven't. So I want to be cognizant of that. Is there a desire to have Wendy kind of do a quick overview, or do you feel you have enough to act on this as presented? I'm sorry?
I have enough.
You have enough? Oh, yeah, let me ask, not in either or. Who would like Wendy to go through the presentation to tee it up for us? Okay. You actually would? Okay, very good, very good. Is Wendy?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
Hi, Wendy. Yes, we can. So we have a general overview, some of us much more, but could you kind of run us through in a somewhat expeditious manner?
Oh, I'm there for you guys. President Kaur, Superintendent Hoffman, member of the boards, thank you. For those of you who I've not met yet, my name is Wendy Davy, and I'm currently serving as a Chief Accountability Officer. I'm bringing forward to you some more information, and like Leisha said, we have brought this forward in 1920, but always having refresh is good for all of us. So I'm just gonna bring back a little bit of information. These slides are less than exciting, but I will be more than happy to sort of give you the highlights of what the slides are saying. The legislation's pretty clear that we need to have LEA, local education agency, or district letter grades. So that is what we're working on here along with our 5-year plan. So if we look at the next slide, I'm going to give a little brief overview of the straight GPA and the weighted GPA. But I wanted to come back just to a point that we talked about back in 19 and 20 and a little bit the last time we presented. And that was the clarity that this provides to our schools and the simplicity. And it also puts the focus back on the schools. And I'll explain a little bit more on that. So in front of you right now, we have what's called the straight GPA. And it's a GPA that everybody and almost every school, especially our high schools, know how to calculate. And it's basically on a 4-point scale that whatever schools in your district, you give a GPA. So for the A's, it'd be a 4, a B's a 3, and then we have the cut points over to the right. These cut points, whether we're looking at the numbers today for the straight or weighted, will remain the same. What we also have in here is, and I'll show another slide in a minute, is one school districts will also get the same letter grade as their school. Again, keeping that simplicity in line. So if we go ahead and look at the next slide, this is the straight model. So what are the main points of the straight model? First of all, it is simple to understand. And I am going to apologize because it appears the floor above me is doing construction. So if you guys hear that, I am so sorry.
No, you're good. We don't hear it. I'm sorry you do.
Well, if anything falls behind me, then you guys know what happened. So straight GPA, again, is very, very easy to calculate. The nice thing about this is looking at a GPA model is it will withstand any changes that we will or you would choose to do to any of the school modeling. This model holds all the districts or the LEAs accountable for their schools equally, whether it's a small school or a large school. Every school is held accountable and held important in the same way. And the last thing that the technical advisory committees, all 3 of them, when we reviewed this again just a few months ago, is that the schools actually, if you want to appeal your district letter grade, it has you go back and appeal your school letter grade. So you go back to the school, basically getting back to the students, the more focus there. So if you're not comfortable with your district letter grade, where is it in your schools that you need to focus and look a little and dig a little deeper? So if we go ahead and look at the next slide, now we're going to talk about the weighted GPA. So weighted GPA, everybody's familiar with that. You may have an AP class that carries a little bit more weight than my son's 8 courses of weightlifting. So, you know, that's what we're looking at is, and when we talk about weighted, we're talking about the number of kids in the static file. So to my new members, didn't know you belonged to me, but to the new members of the state board, I just want to let you know, if you're not familiar with the static file, that is a student level file that accountability builds each year that holds the students that are accountable in that model that year. So when we say we're doing a weighted GPA, it would be based on the count of students in that static file. That static file is probably one of the more vetted files that ADE puts out. The schools use it for lots of purposes, but it is the foundation of our accountability models. So if you had a school like a comprehensive high school with 2,000 kids, and then you had a specialty school, say with 200 kids, they would be weighted accordingly. And I just wanted to give a little bit more definition on that static file. So if we look at the next slide, the difference here is it's pretty much the same thing. It's still simple, but you would have to have those school counts to recalculate it yourself, but the schools would have that. It still is withstands those changes to the models. It's still holding the districts accountable, but this time based on the size of their school. And then again, the districts would appeal their letter grade by looking back to where they would appeal a school's letter grade, putting the focus back on their schools. Let's go ahead and look at the next slide. There actually was a very little bit of change when we look at the straight model versus the weighted model. So we're looking at impact data from 2019 because that was the last year that we had letter grades. And at that point, we would have had 523 LEAs that would have had at least a letter grade in one school. When we looked at the weighted GPA, 6 districts would have had a higher letter grade. And when we looked at just the straight GPA, 20 districts have a lower or a higher, had a lower letter grade. But what I want to look at is what we brought back to you is a little bit more information, and I'll show you why you might see those numbers a little differently. So on this slide here, I think it's important to realize that Arizona is unique, as we all know, being an Arizona education. And because of our school choice, we have a lot of one school charters. And of course, we have a lot of rural areas. So we also have a lot of one school districts. So if you're looking at the numbers here, we basically have 342 one school districts. So in that case, or LEAs, in that case, they would just carry their letter grade. And I sort of wanted to have that a little bit in perspective. And then also what we're looking at here is the size of the district on the side. So when we look at this and some slides that are coming up, you could actually see where those numbers fall. So if we go ahead and look at the next slide. Now, what I should have done is highlighted yours a little bit more than mine, because now we're getting into the numbers, and my department likes numbers, but not everybody else does. But what we're looking at here on the district enrollment, when we're looking at the size of the district, the one thing we notice is there's little to no change with the exception of A's and B's. And where we see the change is we do see across large, medium, and small schools that there is a slight increase in those A's and B's. I'll say that again. When we look at just the district enrollment comparison, there is a slight advantage to being in the non-weighted formula in those A's and B's. And you can see the size of the schools down there. Again, like I said, there's little change, but just minute here and there. So let's go ahead and look at the next slide. The next slide looks at school counts. So you can see the one school counts that I had in the previous slide. We considered small districts to have 2 or 3 schools, medium districts 4 to 7, and large districts greater than 8. And as we know, we have some very large districts, but when we actually put them on a histogram, that was a good way to break them up. Now, this slide here, you probably are like, it was hard to compare, and that's because you will see it spread a little bit differently. In some cases, the weighted was slightly a better version, and in some cases, the straight was slightly better version, but there wasn't that clear like it was in the previous slide in those A's and B's across all patterns. Here's where it gets a little bit spotty, showing that they're both sort of behaving similar. Thank you. And let's go ahead and look at the next slide. Here's our district type. Now we keep this district type in here. I just thought it would be another point of interest. And we got our accommodations, our charters, our elementary, high schools, and our unifieds. It's official number, it's official labels that we use in accountability. You can see the numbers on the far right. And by when I was talking about those one school charters, you can see that number on that second line. What we see here is also very similar to what we saw in the first, that there is a slight advantage when you look at the A and B categories for the straight versus the weighted. So if we go ahead and look at the next slide. Rural versus urban, again, a very slight advantage to the non-weighted versus the weighted. So the rural and urban, you may be asking, why did we have non-identified schools in there? And that's because we used 21 data, and some of the schools that we had in the file from 19 were not included in that data. And so we wanted to turn this around for you. But we really didn't expect much change where they would have fallen in there. Just again, that slight advantage in A and B. So the next slide we have here is one of the possible visualizations that we'd have on Arizona school report cards. The use of our school report cards is fascinating, especially right before school starts and right as school starts. We could get hits as much as 10,000 hits per month on these. So a lot of schools have done really great at putting in their school characteristics. And this is one of the versions we would suggest that we would do to school report cards to make this more visible at a district level so that they see their letter grade like they do right now at a school. But then when they open up their schools, they'll also see the grades of the schools right beneath that. So this is just one of the suggestions we could bring forward as far as transparency and how we could visualize district letter grades if and when we put this into effect. So at this time, I am more than happy to take any questions that you may have. And I will apologize if I can't recognize which member is speaking because your names are really, really small on my screen. But just to let you know, I'm going to make an effort to do it.
Wendy, as always, thank you so much. I appreciate all you do for us. I believe Member Kavik has had a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Wendy, hi. I'm looking at, I guess I don't know a slide number. The straight district GPA, it's at the very beginning. I think it's slide 3, actually. In the box, it says that the model converts all letter grades to a corresponding number from 0 to 4, but yet an A is only a 3.5 to a 4. The next two are 1 point spreads, and then F's are 0.5. So I was kind of confused how that worked, why it wasn't just a straight 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, especially thinking about simplicity for parents.
President Core, member, I'm going to get the name. I have it right in front. Thank you. I'm going to work on that. We were going mostly with how schools will do cut points, and that 3.5 would round up to a 4. If you would like to see it slightly different, we could, but you would have to have every single school in your district get an A to be an A district if you went with a straight, just flat 4. Does that make sense?
It does, but it's just misleading to say that it's a corresponding number from 0 to 4 because it's really not, and it looks as if it's designed to get, how can I say this? Designed to get the outcome that we want versus literally just being an A is a 4, a B is a 3, a C is a 2, a D is a 1, and 0 is a 4.
And I'm going to say member K until I practice your name.
That's fine.
What it may have been less, we could have probably clarified when I said the corresponding is a 0 to 4. What we were meaning there is we were assigning the school's letter grade a 0 to 4, but then calculating it and then on the matrix using that to determine an A, the letter grade, and we could clarify that language.
I think I'm more confused, I'm sorry. So like if I was to look at the Madison example. So I would just count their school, and looking at the second to the last slide now, like in my mind, a B is a 3 and A is a 4. Yeah, I would just do that simple calculation, but it doesn't work that way.
Each one of those schools, the A's would be given a 4, the B's would be given a 3, the C would be given a 2, and then we would divide it by the 8 schools. And then however that number, and I don't have it right in front of me for Madison, it would have fallen between a 2.5 and a 3.4 would have resulted in that B.
It just seems way more confusing. I mean, so it's hard for a parent to recalculate that, to know what that would. And I'm just sensitive to that. I previously worked for the department a very long time ago when the report cards were recalculated. I used to get the calls from parents going, I don't understand how does this letter grade. So I'm really sensitive to that. And so I just have to think about that. It just doesn't seem confusing.
Other questions? Wendy, again, thank you so much. Again, as with reference, this board is absolutely under no obligation to follow the opinion or direction of previous boards. But we have kind of grappled with this for some time. And at this point, do I have a motion to approve the straight GPA calculation for issuing district letter grades for the 2022-2023 school year? Do I have such a motion? Burton, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Member
Katsanese. I'm going to work on that. Member Katsanese has second. Any additional conversation or discussion?
I guess the concern I have isn't really what's on the table right now, but I guess I'm still confused and kind of concerned about how those are calculated. Not straightforward. Seems on its face.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. All in favor of the motion on the table, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same motion, same sign. Passes. With the indulgence of this group, I'll move us through C because we are going to go back into executive session for D. So if you should stick with us for a little bit, we'll plow through C, then take a break and head back to executive session. So 5C is presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the motion for review and or rehearing of board decision to terminate empowerment scholarship account ESA for appeal case 00225. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Gore, members of the board. Item 5C is a motion for review and or rehearing of the board's decision to terminate. This came from the parent guardian MAJ pertaining to child's ESA account. If there's any discussion pertaining to the account, we have to go into e-session and have that conversation. However, just for the record, the parent did submit his motion and ADE did submit their response to the motion. So with that, the board, in order to grant a rehearing for any of the following causes as stated on the executive summary sheet, 1, 2, or 3. Other than anything being discussed within the case, are there any questions on process or what I've just described?
All right, if you will bear with me, I've been instructed I need to read this verbatim. So do I have a motion to deny the request for review and or rehearing for the reasons stated in the Department of Education's response to the parent's motion for review rehearing, and because the appellant has failed to identify sufficient grounds upon which the requested relief could be granted, such as irregularity in the administrative proceedings, misconduct of the hearing officer, newly discovered material evidence, and or similar types of error. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Member Burton, thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Clark, second.
Member Clark, second. Any conversation or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion on the table, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. 5D will move us presentation and discussion to obtain legal advice regarding board rules, state statute, and administration of empowerment scholarship account program pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. The board may vote to convene into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and or consultation for legal advice concerning this item. Pause. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion and or consultation for legal advice concerning this agenda item? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second? Member Cantonese is the second. Any additional conversation or discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. We are adjourned at 1:16 and can take a break and then head back same place. Yeah.
Yeah, what time? So there's lunch. So do you want to start e-session at like 1:30?
We're live, President Core.
Thank you, Jessica, and we've not acknowledged your skill in keeping us all with online, so I want to do that. Thank you, as always, very skillfully navigating. So I will call us back into general session at 2:41 and move us on to general session agenda item 6. This is a call to the public. Executive Director Williams, do we have anyone to speak?
We do not for call,
Not for 6.
not for 6.
Very good, thank you. Then I will move us on to agenda item 7. This is a consent agenda for certificate enforcement actions. We are able to, unless anyone would like one specifically pulled off, we will be able to take these as a single motion. Do I have a motion? Well, first of all, does anyone want any of these pulled off for particular discussion? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A3, 7B1, and 7C1? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Number 5 seconds.
Thank you so much. Any conversation? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. We'll move us on to the next call to the public, item 8. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak to its Executive Director Williams during this call to the public?
Yes, we have one individual, Jenny Bolton.
Jenny. Welcome, Jenny.
Great, thank you. President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. As you know, my name is Jenny Bolton, and you are having to make a decision today to enforce discipline on my certification. I'm just here to apologize. My conduct, I believe you guys got the details of it. So I'm not going to go into that, but it's important to me to be here to see you, allow you to put a person to this name, and just apologize. I'm sorry as an educator and to the public, the community, and anybody that's here that might read this, see this, hear this. It's important to me to apologize and let the community know, educators, my family, that I'm sorry. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
That concludes call to the public number 8. The other individuals listed instantly will address the board as their agenda item is a motion.
Understood. Thank you. I will move us on to general session item 9 then, certification enforcement actions. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the negotiated settlement agreements for Dolores, Venezuela. Do I have a motion to approve item 9A1? Burton, do I have a second? Haley, second, thank you. Any conversation or discussion? I'll call the motion then. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, 9B, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the teaching certificates of Alfonso Pierce, case number C 2020-000083 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Alfonso Pierce for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second? Second. Any discussion, conversation? Hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. C, 9C, presentation and discussion of possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of Professional Practices Advisory Committee to suspend the teaching certificates of Gabriel Martinez, case number C 2018-000748 with conditions for a period of 3 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact conclusions along the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend any and all teaching certificates of Gabriel Martinez for a period of 3 years with the condition of successful completion of a domestic violence course and continued alcohol and drug abuse meetings and/or classes once a week through the duration of the suspension, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Catanese, thank you. Any additional conversation? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. 9D, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to suspend the teaching certificates of Josel Meisel, case number C 2020-002331 for a period of 3 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend any and all teaching certificates of Joseph Meisel for a period of 3 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Member Haley.
Member Haley, thank you. Second. Any conversation or discussion? I'll call the vote then. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. E, 9E, presentation of discussion and possible action of the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to revoke the teaching certificates of Lindsay Gordon, case number C 2020-002333 for a period of 5 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC and revoke any and all teaching certificates held by Lindsay Gordon for a period of 5 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Member Haley, second.
Member Haley, second. Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Very good. 9F. As you might imagine, it's the presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to suspend the teaching certificates of Rachel Burton, case number C 2020-000531 with conditions for a period of 3 years. Raquel, thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC to suspend any and all teaching certificates of Raquel Burton for a period of 3 years with the condition of successful completion of a course in professional ethics and to include mandatory reporting, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Catanese, thank you. Any discussion or conversation? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. 9G, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to deny the application for certifications of Thomas Hathaway, case number C 2021-012263R for a period of 3 years. Do I have a motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and the recommendations of the PPAC and deny the application for certification of Thomas Hathaway for a period of 3 years, and that all states and territories be so notified? Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Member Haley, second.
Member Haley, second. Thank you. Any conversation or discussion? I'll call the vote then. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. So 9H, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee to suspend the teaching certificates of Jenny Bolton, case number C 2021-011137 for a period of 18 months, and to grant the application for certifications to remove the deficiencies of Jenny Bolton, case number C 2021-011978R. Director Williams.
Thank you, President Corr, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Pertaining to item 9H on your agenda, if you recall from the materials, Ms. Bolton's case was heard at the March PPAC meeting. On March 30th, 2022, the investigative unit of the State Board was notified again of fingerprint clearance card suspension. This was due to March 30th, 2022 plea of not guilty in the Arizona Superior Court of Pima County. If you recall from the PPAC materials, PPAC stated that there was no court outcome or schedule at the point of time when Ms. Bolton went before PPAC. So because we do have additional information with that fingerprint clearance card hit that the investigative unit received on March 30th, it is requested that the board consider referring this case back to PPAC for the purpose of considering new information and making their proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations to the board. With that, I'm available for any questions.
So let me restate the motion I'd like to present to you. And it is, do I have a motion to refer the cases of Jenny Bolton, again, C 2021-011137 and C 2021-01178R back to PPAC for the purposes of considering the new information in their findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations to the board. Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Member Clark seconds.
Member Clark, second. Any conversation or additional consideration requested? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. We'll move on to 9I. You know, this one will move differently, but this is the presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the request for review for Steve Bellis, case number C 2017-0260. Director Williams, it is my understanding we'll have legal counsel speak for both sides, and we're with the limit of 5 minutes each. Is that correct?
That is correct. Can you make sure, I believe it's Kathleen has this case. Thank you.
Please, yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sydney Oshinsky. I'm an attorney from Tate & Hall, and I represent Steve Bellis. I haven't had the privilege to speak in front of all of you before, but for those of you who I have back at the February meeting, good to see you again, a little bit later than last time, but and I'd like to congratulate everyone else on their new positions. As the motion states, I am here today to ask you all to review the decision that was made in regard to Mr. Bellis's teaching certificate back at the February 28th Board of Education meeting. In my motion that I've filed that I believe all of you have a copy of, I outline a very important timeline of facts in addition to the authority that is given to the board that states that any party in a contested case who is aggrieved by a decision rendered by the board may file a written request for the review of that decision. Mr. Bellis is clearly the aggrieved party here, considering that his license was suspended for 2 years beginning February 28th. While it would be nearly impossible for me to effectively summarize all the pertinent facts of the Hamilton High School scandal and the investigation that unfolded, or the evidence that was presented to the PPAC over the course of 5 very long, grueling days in a consolidated hearing, I trust that you all have the requisite knowledge and documents in front of you to be able to get that summary somehow. Although I'm asking you to review this decision today, I'm not necessarily asking the board to change the decision. Instead, I'm asking you all to review this decision in light of some facts that weren't necessarily the crux of the argument before the PPAC or before the board on February 28th. Several people, including Mr. Bellis, appeared in person and spoke about this incident and the different impacts Mr. Bellis had made on their lives, whether they be students, other teachers, coaches, etc. There were numerous people, and those statements were all limited to about 1 minute. So at that time, we were not focused on the fact and the timeline of events in the sense that Mr. Bellis has not taught since about 2018. These incidents occurred about 2016, 2017. Mr. Bellis was cleared from MCAO in 2018. He wanted to take a step back. He wanted to reflect. He spoke about self-reflection in front of all of you in February. Well, I guess a few of you in February, about the time he wanted to reflect on himself to see what he could do, what he could better to offer insight to ensure that this type of thing never happens again. And he did that. The other 3 respondents that were combined into the matter, it was a consolidated hearing, they did not do that. They stayed working for Chandler Unified School District. The state has filed an opposition to my request for review of the hearing and essentially state that, well, since the other respondents stayed with Chandler Unified School District, Mr. Bellis could have too. That's not necessarily the point. I don't think it would be fair to penalize Mr. Bellis for taking time to reflect and step back and really assess the situation while the others didn't, while they remained with Chandler Unified School District. Mr. Bellis is present here today virtually. He is not present in person. He wasn't planning on making a statement unless any of you had some specific questions for him. The reason he is not here today is he was attending a coaches meeting up at Blue Ridge High School, and he is speaking to the coaches there about his unique insight about this experience and what they can do to prevent hazing and bullying in situations like this. In addition to that, Mr. Bellis has plans to speak at AZFCA. It's a Christian Fellowship of Coaches that's coming up at the end of the month, and he has already spoken at a Cactus High School coaches retreat as well. I urge the board to remember that while the 4 respondents were consolidated in the matter, that what they did in pertaining to remaining at Chandler Unified School District, it doesn't hold any bearing on that of Mr. Bellis. The state continues to state in the opposition that this is attempting to apply some type of standard of employed educators versus unemployed educators. That's not what I'm stressing at all. That's not what I'm asking. The state's opposition states that that would create something that were arbitrary or capricious and expose the board to potential appeals. The definition of arbitrary is based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system. I'm not asking to apply any type of system of employed versus unemployed. Instead, I'm asking you to use reason to determine that Mr. Bellis was unemployed and was not able to utilize his certificate for approximately 4 years. And the pending of this case took a considerable amount of time. And therefore, I'm asking you to consider giving him time credit towards the suspension that was imposed in February of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Director Williams, is there a response?
I'm on. Am I available?
Yes, go.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. President Kaur and members of the board, I apologize for appearing virtually. I've suffered an injury and have not been able to appear in person at anything since December, but I am here, and I would like to correct a couple of misconceptions, as well as educate some of you new members of the board as to what has gone on in these Hamilton High cases. The cases, as council stated, were tried in November of 2021 after 5 long days. There was some delay in setting those cases. It was due to the request of attorneys for the 4 respondents because they wanted to have those in person, and given the pandemic and having to have hearings for a while virtually, we were not able to honor that request until November of 2021. The PPAC's recommendations from that November hearing then were presented to the board originally in January of 2022. As you can imagine, and some of you have seen the record in the case, it was quite voluminous with 5 days of transcripts, videotapes, and voluminous exhibits that were presented. In January, the board asked if they could have the matter moved to the February calendar so that they could consider all of the evidence. So they had a full month to consider the evidence. And although they accepted the recommendations of the PPAC for 3 of the respondents, they did not accept the recommendation of the PPAC for Mr. Bellis and asked that his suspension be for 2 years. The PPAC was aware at the time that it made, strike that, I'm sorry, it's not the PPAC. The State Board of Education was aware at the time that it made the decision to suspend Mr. Bellis's certificate for 2 years, that there was a lag in time. All the timeframes were set out in the findings of fact. They are also aware of the tradition and what has habitually been done by the State Board of Education, which is that discipline is prospective and not, it doesn't get credit for, in essence, time served. That council would suggest that Mr. Bellis was using his time to reflect and step back, and that somehow that was different than the other respondents that shared his hearing days. It really doesn't matter. The state has to look at each one of these educators, and the State Board of Education has looked at each one of these educators. And after a lot of review of voluminous materials, has made the recommendation that Mr. Bellis should have his certificate suspended for a period of 2 years. And the state would suggest that that is still the correct decision, and that review is not warranted by any facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Executive Director Williams, again, because it's new in my experience on the 5-6 years on the board. I'll be allowed to ask questions, or do I just call the motion, or is there any legal parentheses you'd like to put around this conversation?
It's truly up to the board or for President.
So I'm hearing that the concept of a gap in which someone had not been working has never been taken in there is no credit for that time. It's really the suspension or whatever action occurs starts on the day the board takes action. That has been our precedent up until now. So this would be my term, not the legal term, unprecedented. Is that correct?
Yes, President Core, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board have been with board staff since July of 2016. The board has not done retroactive discipline since my time joining board staff.
Thank you. I needed that clarity. Well, I guess I'll call the motion, and then we can have conversation, certainly, if that's the desire. Do I have a motion to deny Mr. Bellis's motion for review of the board's decision from the February 28, 2022 meeting, as the board does not find that the reasons presented by Mr. Bellis warrant review of the decision under Arizona Administrative Code R7-2-709H. Do I have such a motion? Member Burton, do I have a second?
Member Clark seconds.
Clark second. Any conversation, questions, considerations? Okay. Hearing none, then I will call the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Dr. Core, Member Clay was not on the video, so I just need to see her vote, please.
Member Clay, yeah, we reconfigured the screen there, Member Clay. Did not hear or see your vote. Could you indicate your opinion on this matter?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item 10. You have
Yes.
some dates to put on. We will not meet in May. We will meet in June.
Yeah, so President Core, members of the board, as the board tabled item 5A from today's agenda to sometime next week. Board staff was able to secure this room for those board members who wish to come in person, either Wednesday afternoon or at some point on Friday. So I need to know.
Available Wednesday, not Friday.
Wednesday,
Friday.
Friday,
Of course.
on which day?
I guess if I'm virtual, I can work out Wednesday, but I can't be there on Wednesday.
Okay. It'd be in the afternoon, 1 o'clock or later, in the building. On Wednesday, 1 o'clock or later.
Wednesday is preferable.
I am flying to New Jersey on Wednesday. And I will be in the air at 1 p.m. I'm returning on Friday the 29th, but I can switch my flights around to whatever works for the rest of the board.
I am on vacation Friday. Which comes to shove, I can.
What about
Wednesday?
Wednesdays? No, Wednesday, Friday works for you.
I just need to check my school.
Yeah, okay. Member Clay?
Friday would be better, but I could adjust. I can juggle my schedule if Wednesday's better for the group.
Okay,
Wednesday virtual, Friday in person, but what time Friday?
would be anytime. The room's open the whole day.
I could do first thing Friday.
Like 10 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I will.
We're gonna have to do a doodle poll.
Yeah, I'll send out a doodle
And
poll.
again, so we'll have technology you can zoom in if need be, right?
And we'll hold this room for people who want to come in person.
Yeah.
President, core members of the board, maybe specifically Member Clark. Would it be okay if the board puts only accepts written comment? Or
Oh, for the only meeting?
comment?
Yeah.
Because board staff will not have enough time to
Absolutely.
redact things if the meeting's on Wednesday. Or no comment?
What's on Friday?
Member Clay, what did you say?
We're gonna send out a doodle poll, Member Clay, so we don't know yet.
Good question.
I'll talk to leadership about public comment. As far as other board meetings, we have a board meeting on Thursday, June 9th. Our May meeting has been canceled. And the board's retreat is Friday, August 26th, and Saturday, August 27th in Prescott, Arizona. I would recommend arriving Thursday night, the 25th, because we will have many things to discuss for the retreat. So we may start pretty early on the 26th.
Excellent. Any comments or good of the order from any members?
Next official meeting is June 9th.
Correct. Thursday, June 9th is the next official meeting.
Just a comment as a point of pride, I want to thank everyone for a really productive meeting and staying focused, and we're dealing with some contentious, passionate, and complex issues, and I was appreciative of everyone's effort, focus, and desire to arrive at a good outcome. So With that, I will adjourn our meeting at 3:10 p.m. and I wish you all a wonderful weekend. Thank you.